Call to order the December 16th, 2025 regular school board meeting. We'll have a moment of silence led by Commissioner Dave Stock. Is that on? Please stand for the presentation of colors by Dothan High School JROTC. And our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Fane Elementary third grade student Malachi Austin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, the pledge was led by Fane Elementary student Malachi Austin. Malachi, thank you very much. Now we have the approval of agenda and proposed agenda modifications. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda and proposed agenda modifications?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we approve the agenda with proposed agenda modifications.
Do I have a second? Okay. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Okay. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Board comments. Anyone?
Nothing.
Okay. Dr. Jones?
No.
Oh, no? Okay. Board comments, anyone? Okay. All right. Superintendent report. Dr. Askew?
Okay, we're going to begin with the school spotlight with Ms. Karis Harmon.
Everybody hear me all right? Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Today's Superintendent Spotlight highlights 3 things that make us incredibly proud at Dothan City Schools. Those things are service, student leadership, and excellence in education. First, we want to recognize the incredible generosity shown across our district this season. Our schools came together to support families throughout the Wiregrass during the Thanksgiving break, collecting thousands of food items and making a meaningful impact in our community. So I'm just going to rattle off a couple of numbers here. Dothan High School donated more than 1,200 cans to Wiregrass Area Food Bank. Selma Street Elementary collected 651 cans for the Salvation Army. Hurd Elementary led the way with 3,131 cans donated to also the Salvation Army. Highlands Elementary, 423 cans to the Salvation Army also, and Morris Slingleff Elementary, 300 cans also for the Salvation Army. Hidden Lake collected 278 cans for the Salvation Army, and Dothan City Virtual Schools delivered 150 non-perishable items to Mama T's and the Girls' Home. Now together, these efforts represent thousands of meals and thousands of moments where our students shows compassion, generosity, and service. So thank you to every school that played a part in supporting our community, and we have a couple of school representatives here, a couple principals in the audience. Come on forward. We want to take your picture up on the stage.
Huh?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Come up on the stage. Go on the steps here. Is this the right way? Okay. And would you guys please close together for me so we can get you all on one side?
I've got two more.
Okay, before our board members get too comfortable, we got two more. Next, we are recognizing a group of students and their coach who demonstrated leadership beyond the classroom and beyond the field. During fall break, members of the Dothan High School softball team volunteered their time at Heritage Baptist Church, which is one of the largest Operation Christmas Child collection hubs in the Wiregrass. As part of Operation Christmas Child's global outreach through Samaritan's Purse, these student athletes helped load thousands of boxes filled with toys, hygiene items, and school supplies. Boxes that bring joy and hope to children around the world. These young ladies lifted boxes weighing more than 50 pounds all on their day off, of course with smiles on their faces and hearts focused on serving others. Their actions reflected a true understanding that leadership means giving back. This commitment to service is no coincidence. Coach Donnie Bright has been involved with Operation Christmas Child volunteer efforts for many years, and he continues to lead by example, showing his players that character, service, and compassion matter just as much as success on the field. A special thank you to Coach Bright for his continued dedication to serving others and for modeling what leadership looks like beyond the game. Coach, can you and your players step on up for us, please? One, two, three. One, two, three. The same drum will get Stephanie in. All right, and finally, we are proud to recognize an educator who represents the very best of Dothan City Schools. Ms. Gina Berdishaw, graphic arts instructor at Dothan Tech, has been named a Claes Nobel Educator of Distinction by the National Society of High School Scholars. This national recognition honors educators who demonstrate outstanding commitment, leadership, and dedication to student success. Ms. Berdishaw was nominated by one of her own students, Alexis Saffold, who praised her teacher's creativity, encouragement, and positive impact both inside and outside the classroom. As an award recipient, Ms. Berdishaw is now eligible for consideration for the Claes Nobel Educator of the Year Award, which includes one $5,000 national award and 9 $1,000 awards. Her passion for teaching and her commitment to empowering students as learners, leaders, and innovators are evident in everything that she does. You can even ask her students. We are incredibly proud to celebrate Ms. Berdishaw and this well-deserved national honor, and she's with us tonight. Come on up. Thank you, everyone.
you're fine. Excuse me. Oh, no, I got to do my presentation. Well, actually, let's let him go and then we'll bounce.
Good evening. We have another recognition. So at this time, we want to recognize our Employee of the Month for the month of December. This month, our Employee of the Month is Miss Jada Houston. She is a science teacher at Carver 9, and she was recommended by Mr. Todd Mitchell, principal at Carver 9. Is Jada here? Is she able to be here? Come on down. So just a few words from Mr. Mitchell here. Mrs. Houston consistently places students at the center of every instructional and professional decision she makes. When a teaching vacancy arose unexpectedly, she willingly adjusted her workload and instructional planning to ensure students experienced continuity, stability, and high-quality instruction rather than disruption. Her flexibility, commitment, and student-focused mindset ensured that learning remained the priority during a challenging transition period. Mrs. Houston exemplifies the professionalism and work ethic we strive to model at Carver Ninth Grade Academy. Her positive attitude, collaborative spirit, and commitment to continuous improvement make her a trusted colleague and an invaluable asset to our campus. Congratulations, Ms. Jake.
No.
Stephanie, could you load the PowerPoint? Okay, good evening. Hard to believe, but 100 days have already passed for me here in Dothan City Schools. Over the past 100 days, my team and I have completed 5 community listening sessions with nearly 200 participants. We conducted more than 100 classroom visits across our schools, held focused one-to-one meetings with principals and school leaders, and engaged national experts in literacy, math, and special education to audit our curriculum, instruction, and student outcomes. So my presentation tonight is the synthesis of this work. I've collected a lot of data over about the past 4 months, and I hope to share it with you tonight in a coherent way so that you can understand what I've been able to see in terms of strengths, weaknesses, and also areas for us to move forward in the school district. Stephanie. So I'll begin with the data synthesis of my entry plan. Let's take this clip off. When I started back in August, I had 4 goals in my entry plan to help me gain knowledge about the school system and learn about, again, where our strengths were, also the areas where we needed to improve, and then also the areas where we had the opportunities to move forward. As it relates to the first goal, next slide, it was to establish effective district governance, Some of the strengths that came up in the data collection, the community definitely saw new leadership, including the board and superintendent, as a positive. We also have strong and active community partnerships. Weaknesses that were identified was a lack of board unity, an unclear chain of command. Also, opportunities for growth included increased transparency within the community, expanded communication platforms, and leveraging analytics to be sure that we were connecting with our stakeholders and understanding who we were missing in our communications. Threats to effective governance included absence of norms and a lack of clear public-facing board superintendent communication framework. Goal number 2 was for me to observe, learn, and assess the direction of DCS. Our strengths: we have a strong and dedicated staff that are committed to our students and our community, and that's something we should applaud ourselves on. Also, we've got an increasing graduation rate at the high school. Also, the leadership of our building principals and office staff and administrators was also recognized as a strength. Weaknesses included a lack of vertical curricular alignment, and that's something you'll hear us talk a little bit more about as we get further in the presentation this evening. Student discipline concerns at some campuses was also noted as a weakness. A lack of comprehensive IT access and a lack of instructional rigor and coherence were also noted as significant weaknesses in the district. Our opportunities for growth, included examination of our pay structure, and we are currently involved in a salary study, and that information will be presented to the board in February. Additional funding for teacher resources was a concern. Creation of STEM programming in the elementary and middle grades was seen as an area for growth. Threats included charter schools, private schools, loss of student population, negative media attention, and lack of certified teachers. Goal area 3 was for me to learn about the values, norms, needs, and expectations of the community. And again, this was all from the data collection in my many meetings with public officials, government officials, faith leaders throughout the city, spending time with principals in the buildings. This is the data that I got back from that. Diversity of the student body was seen as a strength. Parental involvement and highly qualified teachers at select schools, and that's something we'll talk about. Community pride in the system was also seen as a strength. Weaknesses included poor reputation in recent years and a need for greater accountability and transparency. Our opportunities for growth included establishing new cultural and governance norms and increased parent and community engagement. I'm glad to say we got many parents here tonight. Also, strengthening our district branding was seen as an opportunity for us. And then threats, again, negative media attention and negative public perception. Finally, goal 4, my goal was to observe and assess the state of the current organizational capacity of the school district. What are we capable of doing? Dothan Tech was at the top of the list. A tremendous job that we do over there with our students and staff and all the opportunities offered for our kids. The Whole Child Initiative was seen as a strength. PBIS and improved transparency and accountability were strengths that came through in the data. Some weaknesses that were identified: staffing shortages, lack of certified teachers, and unequal access to fine arts. Opportunities for growth in this area included implementation of a coherent system-wide professional development framework, and that's something we'll talk about as we move forward in the presentation. And then threats, charter schools, private schools, and negative public perception. Next slide. So all of the data, once it was broken down into the goal areas, we went back and analyzed it again and looked for overarching themes throughout the school district. Those led to the strategic initiatives. There are 8, kind of like spark plugs in a motor. Those areas are literacy and school turnaround, school improvement, reorganization of key school-based positions and central office divisions, strengthening our behavior supports, technology improvements, governance, teacher recruitment and retention, and resource allocation. I'm going to begin with school improvement, specifically in the area of math. Throughout the fall, if we go to the next slide. Back up one. That's it. In the area of school improvement for math, We engaged with Swan Math, which is based out of California. Dr. Cheryl James Ward and her team came and did a comprehensive analysis of everything that we're doing with math instruction, top to bottom, as it relates to curriculum, instruction, resources, observations of classes, interviews with principals, teachers, instructional coaches. Her report is shared in the QR codes here, as well as the presentation she did for our board at our board retreat back in October. I've invited her here tonight to share her findings with you and her thoughts on next steps for the district. So with that said, I'll ask Dr. Cheryl James Ward to approach the podium.
Good evening, Board. Good to see you again, Board Chair, Board members. Good evening to our families and staff here today, and another congratulations to those who were recognized. I'm just going to speak briefly because we shared a lot of this before. Dothan, the school district, you have a wonderful group of teachers and students. I'm not sure if we can bring up this presentation.
Stephanie, are you able to access it? Okay.
As they do so, we did have an opportunity to visit roughly 40-something classrooms from kindergarten through 8th grade. And our findings showed us, oh, here we go. All right, so let's just get started. I'll move through this and we can talk about it as we go. All right, so Dothan Public Schools has invested deeply in mathematics for more than a decade. Alabama, the state, has provided strong guidance, including the 8 mathematical practices: systemic instruction, multimodal teaching, assessment feedback, and mathematical language. This district, along with many others, have received this set of documents and training from the state of Alabama: systemic instruction, multimodal instruction, mathematical language, and assessment and feedback. There are videos on the state website supporting mathematical language. So the commitment, the time, and care are evident on the preceding slide, yet student outcomes have not improved at the level that the community expects. This is not a conversation about effort, it's a conversation about effectiveness, honoring the work already done. If we could go back one. So we have dedicated district leadership and instructional teams. We have math coaches who are in training from the state, in classrooms, planning, working together, and also with their leadership teams to do what they can on behalf of teachers and students. We have invested significant instructional time and professional learning by teachers and the state of California. We have alignment to state frameworks and expectations. And there's a deep commitment from the students and families, along with the teachers. So the work begins with respect for what has already been done, not only in Dothan, but also at the state level in support of Dothan and other school districts. What the data is telling us. So we have the snapshot data here, if that will come up. Can we click on that snapshot data? If not, I'll just talk about it. So the snapshot data tells us that our 3rd graders are at about 30% proficient. Our 4th graders are 31% proficient. Now listen carefully. The 5th graders are at 24% proficient. The 6th graders are at 21% proficient. The 7th graders are at 12% proficient, and the 11th graders and the 8th graders are at 11% proficient. So we see that we have a dip, right? We start to go up, and then we continue to go down. And as we look at the recent data for the middle schools, we went from the August assessments to the mid-year assessments. We had a downward trend there. And right now we have about, as I said, 11% of the middle school students who are proficient. So the trend points in the wrong direction. And there's a good reason for this. I'm going to move on from this when we talked about it. First, I want to make sure that there is no blame in this. Specifically, many elementary and middle school teachers need deeper learning. When we think about elementary school teachers, they are generalists. They are not mathematicians. And so they need lots of support because the foundation of great mathematics begins in kindergarten, begins in preschool. So if we don't provide that foundation, then we're going to run into significant problems.
Excuse me, if you drive a Lexus truck with South Carolina plates, you're needed outside. A Lexus truck with South Carolina plates, you're needed outside. I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Chairman Turner. Thank you so much, Board Chair. Okay, so specifically, again, going back to our teachers, right? The reality is most of our elementary school teachers are generalists and therefore needs lots of support in the area of mathematics. The state of Alabama also recognizes that with the coaches that are provided. And so teachers need the math behind the math, assistance in designing instruction that moves students from the conceptual understanding to the procedural understanding to the application. Why conceptual understanding matters. Now, I don't think this link is going to go where it needs to, but I really want to talk about this. The state of Alabama provides the 2019 Alabama Course of Studies in Mathematics. When we look at that, for 7th grade, it tells us that 7th graders should know proportional reasoning. Under that, it says analyze proportional relationships, which is nothing but fractions. The kiddos have problems with fractions starting in 3rd grade, and it goes on to haunt them on infinitum, right? Real world, so if we have problems with fractions, we're not going to be able to do that proportional reasoning. The next part is number systems and operations. Apply and extend prior knowledge of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division to operations with rational numbers. Now, the truth is, our kids are not able to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. And so without that, they cannot get to number systems and operation. 2 parts to that equation is actually learning the basic facts, but also conceptually understanding the basic facts, which begins with teacher training. Algebra and functions create equivalent expressions using the properties of operations, which means that we understand how to apply the order of operations. Solve real-world and mathematical problems using numerical and algebraic expressions, equations, and inequalities. Now, our kiddos in middle school can get to the formulas, the algorithms, but they can't move through them because the basic facts are missing. And so we say they can use calculators, but there's something called executive functioning skills, which means that we retain information and are able to use that for the next step. But each time you break up your thinking to get to the next step, we lose out on our executive functioning skills and our ability to solve problems. Again, leading back to those early grades of strong mathematics. The next area is data analysis, statistics, and probability, the Achilles heel of elementary school teachers, and even middle school when we start to discuss statistics. It's a scary word almost for everybody. And so again, without deep training, we're not going to be able to get there. The last part of that is geometry and measurement. Whew, I think we can get through this one, at least in terms of understanding the geometric figures. But then when we get to solving real world and mathematical problems, we again struggle because conceptually we're missing information. When we look at, that's the 6th grade, 7th grade is pretty similar to that. So that takes us back to why. Going back to the slide on why conceptual understanding matters. If that piece is not in place, our students cannot be successful. That takes us to our teachers. If they don't have that deep conceptual understanding themselves, our students cannot be successful. So the conceptual understanding allows students to explain their thinking, transfer learning to new problems, build lasting procedural accuracy. When this phase is rushed or skipped, well, the outcome is what I shared with you earlier. And when teachers don't have deep knowledge, that is the outcome that we get. Math is shortened. Certain content areas are skipped simply because our teachers don't have the skill sets to be successful in them. And that is not to blame teachers. As we go on to the next slide, we see that teachers have limited planning time. Math planning must be structured, therefore, supported, and purposeful. Teachers need support to design effective lessons, analyze student work, and use and adapt existing curricular resources effectively. And we see their high-quality support should simplify teachers' work. It does not add to it. What teachers need to learn, not just do, sustained professional learning is needed in math content knowledge, conceptual to procedural lesson design. Math talk. We know that students need math discourse, but in order to engage in math discourse, they must have deep math content knowledge, the vocabulary to engage in those conversations. They need the use of models and representations, teachers do, and they need to learn about effective feedback. How do we support kids in their learning? We need that effective feedback, which only comes with deep conceptual understanding for our teachers. And these are skills developed over time, not in one day or single trainings. Now, this work requires humility. I started out as a software engineer for NASA Jet Propulsion Lab. I worked on the Magellan project that went to Venus. About 10 years ago, there was a spacecraft that crashed before it landed on the planet. And the project manager was asked what happened. He said, egos got in the way. So the work here requires us to set aside egos, to put students first, which means that we also put teachers first in terms of ensuring that they get the support that they need so that students can be successful. So who is Swan Math? Swan Math has over 20 years of mathematics professional learning. It is, first and foremost, a professional development company that was started by myself and Mr. Swan over 20 years ago in support of students who were not being successful. Over those 20 years, the folks who started Swan, by and large, have continued to be a part of the professional development team. The experience is across urban, suburban, and rural districts, and for students of all backgrounds. The core focus has and continues to be teacher learning, instructional coherence, and sustainability over time. Why outside partners can help here in Dothan? Effective partners provide a perspective without a local history in terms of themselves, identification of blind spots, and acceleration without politics. Strong partnerships honor local context, build internal capacity, and leave districts stronger than they found them. The goal is independence, not dependence. Proven success. We look at Jefferson Elementary School. This is in Lenox, and I chose this school specifically because over 90% of the students there are on free and reduced lunch. They've had a long-term partnership with Swan Math, 11 years. The results, driven by a coherent instructional model and fidelity to implementation. And I will say that without fidelity to an initiative, you are wasting your time. Twin Rivers School District in Northern California, multiple year commitment to mathematics improvement, teacher content knowledge, lesson design and delivery, data informed instruction. And we see here improvement followed coherence, not quick fixes. The work cannot be done overnight. What successful districts have in common? A clear shared vision for mathematics, a commitment to fidelity, consistency over time, professional learning centered on teachers, incremental growth year over year. There are really no shortcuts, only steady leadership. What this means for your child, those of you here in the audience and on the dais, our board members and the superintendent, when math instruction lacks depth, students memorize but do not retain. And so they come back the next day and it seems like, well, nothing was actually learned the day before because it's memorized. It's not learning for conceptual knowledge, it's trying to memorize. And those who are good at memorizing seemingly do well because they are good at memorizing. But what else happens? Confidence erodes, kids get to middle school and they say, well, I'm not good at math. When we know that every child actually is innately good at mathematics. They come to school in kindergarten, preschool, good at mathematics. They can tell you, so-and-so has more cookies than I have. They are clear on these things. So the gaps widen each year. When teachers are deeply supported, lessons are clearer and more engaging, students explain their thinking, and learning transforms to real-world situations. That one. And I'll go ahead to our closing here. Dothan already has the commitment and the heart. I want to thank the board members again for your time in October, your comments, your support. This moment calls for deeper adult learning, strategic partnerships, and a steady leadership. And your students deserve nothing less. Thank you so much.
Board members, if you have questions, Dr. Ward, could you hold on 1 second? Board members, if you have questions for Dr. Ward, now would be the time.
I'll start off, Dr. Ward. Thank you so much for the work you have done in our school system so far with the analytics. Would you mind providing more of your background? You touched on it. You started out in NASA, but can you please provide not maybe the full resume, but just some of the highlights of your resume so our parents and our families that are here can know the depth of your experience?
Well, I did start out as a software engineer, and I took a leave to teach. Went for a year, went back for the summer, and then I quit. So I was a math teacher for about 6 years, a dean of students, a vice principal, principal, director, superintendent, charter school CEO, and over 20 years during the time as a CEO and superintendent of a secondary school, also a tenured professor at San Diego State University, recognized as one of the top-tier research universities. Partnered with Doug Fisher, who is one of the foremost educators in the world, and now am Professor Emeritus, actually, because I did officially retire, although I continue to coach for the university in the National Center for Urban School Transformation. I continue to coach educational leaders, vice principals, principals, assistant superintendents. I continue to teach, although retired, in the doc program, which is where I taught before, the doctoral program. And I work with a national firm that supports superintendents and boards, and there I coach cabinet level individuals. And then I also do my work with SWAN Math, making sure that as many schools, school leaders, teachers can get the support that they need to ensure that our kids are strong in mathematics. Math continues to be my core, and when I was a student, it was my first love. Others were out partying, and I was at the library having a love affair with mathematics. And that is me.
Thank you.
We'll shift now to the second initiative, literacy and school turnaround.
Let me see. Can you come back, ma'am? I just want to say this to your face. I don't like you. But the numbers don't lie. And I don't need you telling me I need training. I don't like that. But it's absolutely what we need. And I thank you for giving it to us like it is, not what we hope for, but how we can get there. And anybody that does this business want to improve their craft all the time. You want to master your craft, what you're doing. And if we don't do that, then our children are not going to do it. They won't be able to if we can't show them how to master their craft. I thank you for being so blunt.
You're welcome.
To hear those.
Dr. Askew, I have a question as well. Sorry. We've talked to you before, listened to you before, and both times it was a lot of information. I have been on the board for a few years that I knew. I knew these were problems. I've talked to principals about these problems. I've seen these problems. I've talked to teachers about these problems. We know that these are the issues. What exactly, because through my reading, even through your presentation, there's not a lot of how these things are going to be implemented. And that's where my concern is that a lot of us already know these things. Not everybody's following along with this the way that we do, but how do we get an improvement on the score? For me, there's got to be some kind of rubric, some measurement of how we're moving from here to here. So what is that plan? Because that's what I haven't wrapped my head around.
There's always data, and you have a lot of data to use in terms of measuring growth. But when we talk about how we move teachers, the first thing that we do is we understand what your framework and your standards is really about. So we start there to the extent that they can grapple with that, because there's so much. The second part of that is mathematical grounding. So we look at math progression, so the teachers understand the entire math progression, and then where they are in that. And then the basic fundamentals in terms of the conceptual understanding, because that is what our teachers struggle with. And so throughout the entire process, it is teaching in the conceptual understanding of mathematics. It is teaching in their grade level content. It is teaching in what came before, what came after, or what comes after, and it is teaching in instructional strategies. And then it is constant coaching. Coaching not only of teachers, coaching of the coaches, coaching of the principals, walking classrooms with principals, providing feedback to each layer of that information, and then meeting with teachers on a monthly basis and providing next steps where they are on a monthly basis. It requires coherence. It requires a commitment from the district, from the principals, from the staff in following the plan to fidelity. We look at your Tier 2 instruction. So instead of simply using IXL, when we get to that Tier 2, it's training teachers how to understand where their students are and what is the push-in to assist students. We talked about feedback. We teach, again, in conceptual understanding to address feedback. We teach in terms of where we know students will have misunderstandings in their education, and what's the feedback that we push in. We teach in terms of how we provide formative assessments and what that looks like in terms of the feedback again. So it's a constant teaching, meeting teachers where they are and providing them with the next steps. There's professional development, a couple of days that starts at the beginning, followed by ongoing coaching, and then professional development during the summers and sometimes during the school year based on the needs of the specific school. And the support is customized based on the data. The support, the professional development, does not depend on the curriculum. It doesn't matter what curriculum you're using. We can go in and provide support in lesson delivery, lesson design, based on what you're using.
So we have talked to, heard from you, and then we have also previously heard from the reading specialist. It will not be you, correct, that's here? It will be somebody else from the company? And will they stay here and do that? Or is it coming and doing professional development and then coming back for a couple days a month?
So they're here. Our model is once a month in any school, right? So we're on the ground in any school once a month, and we do the walkthroughs with the principal. We visit classrooms. We provide the professional development, the side-by-side coaching, lesson demonstrations, data analysis, depending on what's needed.
But that's not somebody that's here on a regular basis. That would be somebody that comes here to do those once a month.
So wherever we are in the United States, we push into those districts or to those schools on a monthly basis. If we lived here, we would be visiting those same schools on a monthly basis. We're always available for discussion, but we visit schools once a month. If we were here, we would visit once a month. And let's say we visit 10 schools. Each school we visit one full day a month. If a school needs more support, you can get 2 days a month of support. But that's the same if we lived here. If we didn't live here, it would be the same.
Pardon me, Dr. Ward. You've been here and you've had a chance to evaluate our district. How many bodies do you think will be involved in this process? How many people are in your program? How many people?
I can't, it depends on how many schools we're looking at, and we're looking and which, the level of support that each of those schools would need.
Okay, so during your evaluation that you've been here and you've done that, you can't give
I
us
can
a
tell you from a general
okay,
perspective.
general idea.
Right, yes. So you have, and you know this because the state of Alabama has
We
also
have-
pushed in.
Not to
right?
cut you off, but we have 6 schools that are on the state needs improvement list for math. So you
Cor-
can speak from that perspective.
Okay, correct. So I was just heading there. And so we know that to be the case. So from those 6 schools, we know that we have at least, we should be pushing in twice a month to support those schools. Again, working with the coaches, working with the teachers, working with the principals, walking classrooms with the principal, giving feedback to the principal, giving feedback to coaches, giving feedback to teachers, and then the training with the teachers.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Anyone else?
All right, thank you so very much.
Thank you as well.
All right, now we're going to transition to literacy and school turnaround. I'll ask Dr. DeWalt to come to the podium. Dr. DeWalt comes to us from Columbia, South Carolina. She's been working with our schools intensively since about mid-September, helping us align our frameworks, planning for resources, and doing coach and leader training. Hopefully, she'll be able to continue her work here in the district moving forward, but I'd like for her to speak now in terms of her findings as it relates to Dothan City and the work she's done thus far.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Turner, to the board chair, to Dr. Askew, and to the board members. It is great to be here. Good evening, Dothan. It's good to see you all. I want to spend more time talking to the people in the audience because I have spent a lot of time talking to the board members. We had a wonderful time at the board retreat. We've been able to go through the data and talk about the things that I've seen. I've spent time with coaches. I've spent time with principals. I've been able to do a focus group here as well as conduct a survey. And I've also had boots on the ground here in the district. And so I think, and I've also written an extensive report and provided a lot of information. So I'd like to spend time talking to the community. I'm not here to sell anything because I don't think literacy is something that needs to be sold. I think what we see here is man on fire here in Dothan in terms of literacy, and I think it will take all of us, everyone, even if I'm not included, to get this thing back on the track. So I will answer questions at the end, but I'm going to provide just a brief summary. And I realize for the teenagers and the people who are here that I have to give my street cred before I start talking. So I'm Kendra DeWalt. I hold a bachelor's degree from Hampton University, a master's in education from the University of Missouri, Columbia, a PhD from the University of Virginia. I have also conducted research in Europe and Radboud University, which is a major producer of reading research. I own a reading center in Columbia, South Carolina. I have also been in charge of directing and running college-level clinics at the University of Virginia, which is one of the oldest clinics in the nation. I've also run and managed a U-Fly clinic at the University of Virginia. At my clinic, we service students that have reading disabilities that are comorbid with language disabilities. In addition to that, I study systemic failure in districts for literacy to determine what factors contribute to that. My time is often spent with school leaders and with boards in determining what will be best practices to get them back on track. Good evening. All right, now we can have a real world conversation. We've done all of the semantics, and so now we'll talk about the things that I've seen. My report says that over 60% of the students here in Dothan are unable to read on grade level. So if you are a parent or a community member here, if you have pen and paper, I would like for you to take that out so that I can give you some numbers that will make sense as we are walking through this conversation. So there's something called Lexile scores, and the way we use those in education is that we look at those scores for us to determine what books we can give to students or how we can reach those students in terms of instruction. So the very first thing that I'm going to give to you is a Lexile score. That Lexile score gives us a general understanding of what those students are able to understand, how they are able to comprehend. In addition to a Lexile score, I'm going to give you a fluency score. The fluency score tells you the rate at which your child is able to read. And if in fact your child is not reading at a rate that is sufficient, that child is going to struggle to comprehend what they are reading. In addition to that, what we know to be true is that if children are unable to decode words, that means that you see a word and you're able to read that word, a single syllable word. Words like cat, bat, sat, mat, mop. If you were unable to read that word in a quarter of a second, we know that there is going to be a problem. So what we do is we measure a string of words that students should be able to read and the rate at which they're able to read it. That has been well researched, well defined. We have numbers for what that should be. We also have enough information to help us understand the Lexile for which we should expect our children to read. It is a band. Your district has that information. You have people in here with sound knowledge that understand that. Where we're having a breakdown is how we take that information and what we do with it when the children are in the classroom. So if you have a child here who is in the first grade, please raise your hand. Perfect. Second grade, raise your hand. Third grade, raise your hand. Fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade. I'm going to stop right there. So the sixth graders, you're working with Miss Adams over at D6. Seventh and eighth graders, you are working at DPA with Mr. Williams. What I want you to listen to for people who have children who are in middle and high school, I want you to pay attention to the numbers that I'm giving you, because some of the students who are with Miss Adams and who are with Mr. Williams are reading on first, second, and third grade levels. So when I give you these numbers, you should write down the numbers for all of the children so you can determine where your child falls. If you are a first grade child, a Lexile should be in the band of 100 to 400. By the end of first grade, we expect your first grader to read 40 words per minute. Second grade, that band should be 300 to 600. By the end of second grade, we expect your child to be able to read 94 words per minute. But when they arrive in second grade, we want them to read at 49 words per minute. In third grade, we expect their Lexile to be in a band of 500 to 800. When they arrive in third grade, we expect them to be able to read 73 words per minute. By the time they leave, we want them to read 114 words per minute. In the fifth grade, did I skip fourth grade? Listen, you guys, this is good call and response. Fourth grade, we expect them to have a Lexile of 600 to 900. They should be reading 87 words per minute when they arrive. When they leave, they should read 125 words per minute. In fifth grade, there is a band of 700 to 1,000. They should arrive in fifth grade reading at 103 words per minute, and when they leave, they should be reading at 137 words per minute. In sixth grade, here you go, we're at Dothan 6 with Miss Adams. They should read between 800 to 1,050 for a Lexile. They should enter at 123 words per minute, and they should leave at 141. In seventh grade, they should read between a band of 850 to 1100. When they arrive, they should be reading at 126 words per minute, and they should leave at 141. Now, I'm going to give you a 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade band, but in terms of research, we do not have numbers that are well studied in terms of fluency, because we expect that these children should already be fluent by the time they get to high school. But they should be reading 8th grade. I gave you 8th grade already. See there? 8th grade, 900 to 1150, arriving, reading 125 words per minute, leaving at 135. Now, when they get to Carver 9, we expect that they should have a Lexile band of 1,000 to 1,200. And I'm just going to end, by the time your child is a senior, we expect their band to be 1,050 to 1,300. I came here to do a literacy evaluation to support the 100-day plan, to just find out what was going on here in Dothan. When I began looking at the data and moving through the data, I was able to discover that there was something different about Dothan that I had not seen in Maryland, in Delaware, that I had not seen in South Carolina, that I had not seen in Virginia, that I had not seen in the Southeast. And I wanted, because of my curiosity, to really understand what it was. I met with principals, I met with coaches, I met with leaders, I met with Ms. Jacobs, I met with special education, I met with anyone who would talk to me, because I really wanted to understand Dothan. And because the situation was so dire, building on fire, crisis, I stayed beyond my 100 days. But beyond, not my 100 days, his 100 days. I stayed to work. Now, I have other projects that are going, that require my time. I have an office. I have children that come to my office specifically to see me, but I stayed here in Dothan. And I put together a plan to work with coaches and principals first, because before you can begin engaging teachers and going into classrooms and providing professional development, you need to make sure that leaders understand what needs to happen in the building, and to make sure that they are seeing the same thing. A part of the work moving forward means that you all have to have the same language. You have to have the same norms. You have to have the same assessments. You have to have a general understanding of how you are moving forward. I went to 8 schools so far. 2 were on hold off because I had to come to this meeting today. So I didn't get to see 2 schools. But first, we went to DPA. We got to DPA. Remember those Lexiles that I gave you? We had a cut score for children who did not fall within, they fell within the band, but they were not proficient. So we decided that we were going to test those students to determine what their needs were. When we got to DPA, DPA has 7th graders, 471 7th graders are at DPA. When we got there, there were 206 students that did not fall within the band in the 7th grade. And so we wanted to determine what their fluency scores were, and if their fluency scores were below the level that we needed, we wanted to see if they had decoding skills. That means if they see cat, can they read k, at, and say it, right? And we want them to blend it, not just segment it. We wanted to see if they were able to read words like hike and bike, meaning that there is a silent E. What we determined is, of those 206 students, we tested 127 of those students because we were concerned that they did not have decoding skills. That went on across several schools, and to not labor this point, what I want you to understand is that I met a 4th grader that had, remember 4th grade, who's 4th grade in here? Did everyone write down the 4th grade number? Right? Who wants to share it with me? What's the 4th grade number? 600 to 900. I met a 4th grader here in Dothan that has a Lexile of 5, single digit. That was not isolated. Now, not every child here has a 5 Lexile. Don't leave out of here and go back and tell your friends, everybody down there can't, because that's not true, right? That is not true. But what I'm telling you is that we have children that are in the 7th grade that are over at DPA that have a Lexile of what we call BR 100. That means that it's a kindergarten level. So that is the work that you see principals carrying out. And what I want you to understand is that I did not meet one person here. I didn't talk to one of these principals about their data and that they were not committed to rolling their sleeves up. This is how committed they were. In a 2-week time span, we tested 1,600 students. That means they had to turn their building over. They had to get ready. I was coming, and I touched every single one of those booklets to help determine what the next steps would be for those kids. So if you are here tonight and you're wondering, what is it that I can do to help? What is it that I can do to help? Not the consultant, not the board, not Dr. Askew, but what can I do to help? Children being unable to read is a crisis. It means they will not be able to work. If you are sitting in your communities and there are children here who are not able to read and they are graduating high school, you can expect that crime is going to go up. You can expect that the discipline in the schools are going to be out of control. You are asking children that cannot read to hold texts that are well above their ability to read. So as community members, what you can do is you can go to your school and you can ask your teachers or your principals, what is my child's Lexile? And what can I do? It's not just as simple as putting a child in front of a book and telling them to read it. Reading is a science. It is very complex. It requires a level of expertise. It's not as simple as looking at some scores and making a decision. It's not as simple as buying books and putting them in the classroom. I don't know if your district is going to have me back to do the work here. I know that you all are concerned about consultants coming, but I do have a recommendation. You have a lot of emergency certified teachers because you're having a hard time recruiting and retaining teachers. But you do have 2 elementary schools that are functioning well. That is Carver MST and that's Highlands. And they are filled with teachers who have certifications. So if you do not want to use consultants and if you have teachers who can form advisory boards to be helpful, then we can take some of those teachers who are certified out of Carver MST and out of Highlands, and we can put them in places like Fane and like Beverly. We can put them there in places like Girard, and we can begin helping the children because, in fact, Miss Clark is struggling to get people over to her building to help her. She has emergency certified teachers there, and she has a number of children who are unable to read. She shows up every day to get the work done. Her coach is meticulous, trying to figure out the next thing. If you really want to be helpful, you can get over to Fane Elementary, where I met a child that could only read sight words. Of, is. You can get over there. That's where we can start advisory boards. That's where you can start gathering. And even if I don't come back, I'm happy to host a Zoom call and help you figure it out because this is actually dire. You have 4 schools in this county, in this city. You have 4 of them in the worst condition that they could be in based on federal guidelines. They are called CSI schools. That is Fane Elementary, that is Dothan 6, that is DPA, and that is Dothan High School. And the reason is because you have over-identification in special education, and that has happened in K through 5. It's in my report. It's not hidden. I wrote it, and I stand on it. If, in fact, you want to help your children go to their schools and find out their Lexiles, all of the work cannot be backbreaking on these principals and on these teachers and on these coaches. You're going to have to show up. These children cannot read. They will not be able to survive in this world without reading skills. I don't have to tell you as individuals what it means when children cannot communicate. And that is what reading is. It gives them access to this world. And when they are unable to communicate, then they are frustrated. And they are tearing these buildings up. People are running around, and you're wondering why discipline is out of control. It is because instructionally, these students are not where they need to be. And you need to do something immediately. That's my presentation. Do you all have any questions?
Do you have questions?
I have the same question for you that I had for Swan Math is, we know a lot of these things. They are terrifying. What are you going to do? What is more of the boots on the ground plan? I know it was a little different what we got of you marrying yourself to the system, essentially staying here, really working. What are those things that you want to implement into the school systems that will make these changes? Because I've heard things for years. What's different about what you have?
Yeah. Thank you, Ari, for asking that question. First, I guess what I will tell everyone here that Ari is speaking about, the work that I do, I select districts and places where I choose to spend my time. I have people on a waiting list, and so I don't spend my time everywhere because I don't like for my time to be wasted. And so what I offered to Dothan is that I could come and serve as a literacy expert and resident, which would mean that I would offer to your district 10 to 15 days a month. I would offer to your district 10 to 15 days a month, and I'm going to step over this way so everyone can see me. I would offer to your district 10 to 15 days a month, and my model is about train, develop, and sustain. We've kind of started that now by making sure that we are all on the same page in terms of the data, in terms of the language that we're using and the assessments that we're using. In that 10 to 15 days, we will conduct data days, we will do walkthroughs, we will do training in places where we need it. We've already started training coaches. As you well know, Ari, that the state of Alabama has the Alabama Reading Initiative, and so there are coaches that are already coming into your district. One of the challenges of the coaches that have been coming into your district, because there has been a lack of, well, there's been a lot of autonomy and a lack of accountability. And so no one has been using the same language in terms of what the needs are. And so what has happened here in your district is that we have abandoned Tier 1 instruction, meaning we have abandoned CKLA, which is the core curriculum, and we've started using UFly, which has come at the recommendation of the state, yet no one has owned that quite yet. It has come at a recommendation, and what we're doing is we're using it. So one of the things, the first things that I did was to help establish what the tiers would be, establishing a pyramid of interventions so that it looks the same across every school, and that you're able to actually have an MTSS process to avoid over-identification. So I would spend time initially, like I have, working with principals and coaches, and giving the coaches the confidence to go through classrooms. We would have a look-for system to make sure that we're all looking for the same thing, and we know what good literacy instruction looks like. That will happen based on the needs of the school. Today it may be Fane, tomorrow it may be Beverly, the next day it may be Slingleff, the next day it may be, I want to say Blair, but it's not Blair, it's Miss Blair, her school, Selma. But that's what I get, because every time I talk to someone, I've been calling them by their principal's name, and now I'm in front of all these folk and our business is out in the street. But so I would be attending those schools and helping the coaches to develop strength. I know that one of the questions that you all had is what happens when the expert leaves? What do we do? My work is about sustainability, so I don't go in places and do spray and pray professional development. So it is building and developing leaders and people inside of the system that are able to maintain the system, which is why I do not bring people with me. I use the people that are here because that is what gives the system sustainability. Are there any more questions? Okay, thank you. Hey, Scott.
Thank you. All right, next slide, reorganization of key school-based positions and central office divisions. The QR codes are there. Essentially, to do the work that we need to do in Dothan City Schools, our central office staff needs to continue to be built out. I know that's an idea that might give some concern or raise an eyebrow, but as you've heard from the consultants tonight, there are many complexities within our system. And so, no, it's not just about having consultants come in and work with staff members, but we've also got to train up our staff members, as Dr. DeWalt referred to, so that when the consultants are no longer with us, they're able to continue the work and move it forward. There's some key positions, and I'll try to go through them briefly, but in a thorough manner. First and foremost, we need an assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction. That position has not been filled here in Dothan City Schools, I don't think, in more than a year. That person is the person who drives the instructional programming, is the thought leader within the school district as it relates to curriculum instruction, and is key to school improvement. That money is already in the budget. That position exists. We do have a name that I'll present to the board tonight. Hopefully it'll get approved. Also, Executive Director of Schools and Student Support. One of the other key pieces within the school system that we do not have is a principal supervisor. Our principals, and they'll tell you, I've spent a lot of time with them over the past 100 days. I'm in and out of schools all the time. But also my primary responsibility is to the 7 folks up here sitting on the stage with me, and I spend a lot of time with them as well. And so we need somebody who can be that day-to-day contact, that second-to-second, when I'm servicing board members and talking with them and meeting with them about important things, that principals still have a contact that they can go to. Also, our principal evaluation system. Right now we use the state system. What I'd like to do is have, and this is related to the position, us have our own evaluation system within this district that we can run, but we need a person to do that, a principal evaluator, because that's a full-time job in and of itself. So we do need that position. Director of Student and Behavior Supports and Discipline, that's already in our system. A person's already in that role. That would just be a name change or a title change. Director of Counseling and Health Services, we already have that position as well. That would just be a title change. Mental health is another area of great concern across the country, here in the state of Alabama and here in Dothan. Just since I've been here in the 100 days, we've had several significant incidents. One that was tragic involving Dothan City Schools surrounding mental health. And so we need support, and what that'll do too, and that would be a new position, but what it would do, because we contract out a lot of services in that area now, we wouldn't have to contract anymore because we would have an in-house person. Hopefully that would be a hire that we can make in winter 2027. And then finally, a director of school improvement. Again, once the consultants are gone, if we have them, the work has to continue, and there has to be a point person to drive that work along with our assistant superintendent. That position would be title funded, so it doesn't touch local funds. Only 10% of it would be local funds. 90% of it we could fund through federal funds. So that's another position I'm hopeful that we'll be able to add here in the future in Dothan City. I have it as a winter 2027 hire. And then, of course, behavior specialists. We've had some discussion around behavior here this evening, and we can't do it alone, just teachers and principals. We need specialists in the buildings working with our students in a clinical manner. Right now, we do have behavior specialists in 4 of our schools. There's 5 positions, but 1 of them isn't filled. The work they do right now is more administrative. We need people who are going to be able to come in and equip kids with skills so that they aren't having repeat offenses and being suspended from school or placed in alternative placements, so that they have the skills to cope and operate within the school system. And so the new job description, which is also our strength and behavior supports, that's the item that's there for our behavior specialist, puts it in line with the PBIS model to equip our kids with the clinical skills that they need via the behavior specialist. So those are some of the positions I feel that we need in the district to continue to move the work forward. I'll go over to strength and behavior supports, and I just talked about that one. If you click on the QR code, you'll see the proposed new job description for our behavior specialist, shifting from the current description, as I said, which is more administrative, to a more clinical approach in how we work with our kids. And if we go to the next one, technology improvements, there's no money tied to this one. It's just really reframing our protocols and processes as it relates to technology. During the data collection, there was a lot of discussion about teachers, administrators, and staff not having ready access to the websites and online platforms and AI platforms that they need. So we want to look at, or take a second look at, our protocols as it relates to technology. And so these are some processes and procedures, and if you go to the QR code, you can see it, that we'd like to put in place to make technology more accessible for our staff and students. The next one is governance. As it relates to governance, you know, if you're not getting better, you're obsolete. So my goal for us as a board and superintendent is to continually grow and get better as a working group. So in response to the data that was gathered indicating past dysfunctional board and superintendent governance, I recommend that the board and superintendent generate governance norms to guide our work. These norms will address role clarification and communication guidelines. They're intended to foster trust, collaboration, and shared purpose in the school system and in the community. Then our next one is teacher recruitment and retention. There's a teacher shortage nationally in the state of Alabama, here in Dothan. You heard Dr. DeWalt talk about emergency certified teachers. We'd like to approach it from a multi-pronged approach. First, the hiring and retention program, just essentially at our schools that are on the state needs improvement list, having the flexibility to offer a hiring or retention bonus for new teachers in critical needs areas in those schools to attract those highly certified and qualified staff to work in those buildings. So that's one thing we like to do. Also, for our emergency certified teachers, we need to do a better job internally, and there's no money tied to this, or a small amount. We need to do a better job internally of developing our emergency certified folks so that they do reach full certification. And so that's just really about putting a program in place to mentor them across the system. There are some schools that do a better job of that than others, but we're not a system of schools, we're a school system. So we need to do it holistically across the board. And then finally, the last one is Teach Dothan International Program. We'd like to have access to international teachers. It's something that's done throughout the country. We've partnered closely. Mr. Mallory's had a lot of discussions with the Savannah-Chatham school system. As I was telling Dr. Turner today, no, we don't want to take a vacation to Jamaica. That's not what this is about. But there are teachers in other countries who can be fully certified here in the state of Alabama, whether it's Canada, whether it's Jamaica, whether it's Ecuador. But these folks in critical needs areas, so when we get to times, say in the month of July, and we lose a math teacher at D6, there's another pipeline if we can't find anybody locally or in the state that we can access. And so again, I won't go through the whole document because it's available at the QR code on the next slide. But what this allows us to do, basically for $6,000, is to access that teacher and to get them here in front of our kids. And there's an express processing fee as well. But as I said, Savannah's who we partner with this. They've got a large program. Probably about 30 to 40% of their teachers have come through the international program. So they've got it down to a science. And so that's something we'd like to explore. Again, not the majority of our teachers, but in critical needs areas. And then finally, resource allocation. We certainly have plenty of funds to provide all the resources that we need for our teachers. And there's a QR code there for the documents. Excuse me. There's no reason our teachers should have to go in their pockets and spend their money for things that they need in their classrooms. We've got plenty, but we've got to be strategic in how we use our funds. So this is just basically saying, in this particular initiative that we're going to require principals to set aside a portion of their title funding just for resources for teachers, so they have the things that they need, because we do have the money for it, to provide it, pens, paper, books, those kinds of things. They don't have to go in their pockets to provide that for kids. That's it in a nutshell. I want to thank again Dr. DeWalt and Dr. Ward for coming to join us for our report this evening. Later in our agenda, I will be making a recommendation to the board, hopefully to approve some of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Askew. I need to make an announcement. If you drive a white 4Runner with the tag AOC 93P7, you need to step outside. A white 4Runner. So you need to step outside. I don't know what's going on tonight. I think it's a full moon. All right, let's continue on. All right, the monthly financial, minutes for the November 18th regular school board meeting and minutes for the December 9th, 2025 special called board meeting. I ask for a motion to approve the minutes for the November 18th, 2025 regular school board meeting and for the December 9th, 2025 special called meeting. Yes. Oh, yes, sir, I'm sorry. I said I asked for a motion to approve the minutes for the November 18th, 2025 regular school board meeting and the December 9th, 2025 special called meeting. To approve the minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes for the November. I move that we approve the minutes for the November 18th regular school board meeting along with the December 9th special call board meeting.
Do I have a second? All right, all in favor?
Yay.
All right, motion carries. All right, we have our monthly financial reports, accounts payable, payroll, and certification of bank reconciliations. Ask for a motion to approve the November 2025 monthly financial reports.
I make a motion to approve the financial reports.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Yay.
Motion carries. All right. Then we have donations. Do I need to read all of those? Okay. All right. Ask for a motion to approve donations.
I move that we approve donations.
All right. I have a second.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Yay.
Motion carries. Head Start financial report. I need a motion to approve the November 2025 financial reports for Head Start.
Make a motion that we approve the 2025 November 2025 Head Start financial report.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Yay.
Motion carries. Head Start menu. I ask for a motion to approve the Head Start menu for the December 2025.
Motion to approve the Head Start menu for November 2025.
Thank you. Do I have a second? All right. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Yay.
Okay, motion carries. Head Start enrollment and attendance. I ask for a motion to approve the Head Start enrollment and attendance for November 2025.
I move we approve the Head Start enrollment and attendance for November 2025.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Yay.
And motion carries. Head Start monthly summary report. I ask for a motion to approve the Head Start monthly summary report for November 2025.
I move that we approve the Head Start monthly summary report for November 2025.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Yay.
Okay, motion passes. Yes. Okay. Who seconded the monthly?
I thought I moved, yeah, I moved all of them.
She
under
moved
Head
all of them.
Start.
All right. Okay. All right, then we have the personnel agenda. Mr. Mallory, I tried to get through it really quickly so we could get to you.
That's okay. All right. So we have 2 deletions tonight. The first is E1, elephant, 1. And then the second is H3. Those are both deletions. We have correction to previous action 3, non-acceptances 1, resignations 18, retirements 1, additional or temporary employment 19, transfers 4, reassignments 38, conditional appointments 3, appointments 35, verification of higher degree 2, adjustments of pay 4. That's it.
I ask for a motion to approve the personnel agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve personnel as presented by Mr. Mallory.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion?
I have a question for you, and I was going to ask you this before the meeting, but I didn't see
That's
you when
okay.
I was going through it. On the additional employments, the 2 through 16, that's a lot of people for the same thing. Clarification on the wording, it says it includes all of the games. Is that every person is going to be working that every night, or they have a different schedule? We're not going to pay all of them that every night?
No, they're on different game schedules.
Okay, okay,
Correct. Yes.
thank you.
You're
I'd like to make a motion to pull some items off the agenda to discuss in executive session. Item K, numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I'm sorry, can you go back?
Can you do that
I
again?
can't.
Say that again.
Is this loud enough? Okay, I wasn't
Yes,
close. Okay, yeah, I want to pull item K, 1, 2, 3, and 4 to discuss in executive session,
Okay.
and also item H4.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
I've already made a motion to approve with the
Okay.
exception.
So we had discussion, we're going to pull items K, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and items H4, with
Okay,
the exception.
Right, Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we approve personnel with the exception of K 1, 2, 3, and 4, and H4.
Do I have a second? Okay. Ashley? All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Okay.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
We have 3 job descriptions. These 3 job descriptions, the only changes that are made to those job descriptions are the reporting structure.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the job descriptions as presented by Mr. Mallory.
Second.
We're going to pull, we're going to pull those and just discuss it in executive session.
Job description?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You got to make a
Okay.
motion.
All right, I make a motion that we,
Well, I move it. I move that we pull these job descriptions until we discuss them in executive session.
okay, second. All in favor?
Yay.
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 Okay.
All right. Strategic initiatives. Dr. Askew.
Based on the findings and strategic initiatives outlined in the 100-day report and in alignment with the district's commitment to elevating instructional quality, strengthening organizational capacity, and improving student outcomes across Dothan City Schools, I recommend that the Board of Education approve each strategic initiative presented in the report as individual action items. The initiatives are as follows. 1, literacy and school turnaround, which would be Dr. DeWalt. 2, school improvement for math instruction, Dr. Ward. 3, strength and behavior supports. 4, central office and school-based position reorganization. 5, technology improvements. 6, governance. 7, teacher recruitment and retention. And 8, strengthen resource allocation. This recommendation ensures that Dothan City Schools can begin the necessary planning, communication, and coordination required to implement these initiatives effectively and on schedule. Final contracts for external partners and service providers will be brought to the board for review and approval in accordance with policy.
I need a motion to approve the literacy and school turnaround initiative.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the strategic initiative as presented by Dr. Askew.
Okay.
A second.
All right. Any discussion?
So I had a few comments, and if the audience can bear with me a couple of minutes. So, good evening. Tonight's vote tonight is about leadership and responsibility. As a board, our role is to govern in the best interest of students, even when that requires difficult decisions. This discussion over the past month or so has definitely generated some strong opinions, but opinions cannot outweigh evidence, and hesitation cannot replace leadership. Our obligation is to students and to the trust this community has placed in us. So I want to be very clear. My first point, teachers are not the problem. Our systems are. So we have dedicated educators working hard every day under challenging conditions. However, it is equally clear that the systems they are working within is not producing consistent academic results, especially in literacy and math. Saying that is not an attack on teachers, it is an honest assessment of systems. Professional respect means fixing what is broken so teachers can succeed. That includes aligned curriculum, clear instructional expectations, coaching support, and consistency across all schools. Continuing to ask teachers to work harder inside a fragmented system is not respectful, and it is not acceptable for our students. My second main point, the data requires action, not delay. So as we've heard tonight, we have reviewed the data. We all have reviewed the report card. I know there was a lot of chatter on social media about the report card. We know multiple schools remain identified for improvement. So at this point, the question is not whether improvement is needed. The question is whether this board is willing to act. Delaying action does not preserve stability. It preserves underperformance. Every year we wait is a year students cannot get back. And the longer we delay, the more likely the state becomes involved in decisions that should remain local. Leadership means acting before we lose control of the outcome. So a third point I'd like to make, literacy is a foundational predictor of future opportunity, not just a test score. So when students cannot read, and Dr. DeWalt touched on this, but when students cannot read proficiently, they struggle to access content across all subjects, and that just makes sense. Over time, that struggle leads to disengagement, widening academic gaps, and increased likelihood of dropping out. So I looked up some research, and according to research from the Literacy Mid-South, approximately, and Dr. DeWalt touched on this as well, but just bear with me, please, approximately 70% of incarcerated adults cannot read above a 4th grade level. 85% of juveniles who interact with the juvenile justice system are considered functionally low literate. High school dropouts are 3.5 times more likely to be arrested in their lifetime and 63% more likely to be incarcerated than individuals with a 4-year college degree. These statistics are not abstract. They reflect patterns that begin early, often with reading failure in elementary school. Low literacy limits access to opportunity with jobs and stability later in life. Improving literacy early is one of the most effective interventions we have, not only for our individual students, but for our community as a whole. The next topic is consultants are temporary, but our capacity is the goal. So, of course, there's been a lot of discussion about consultants, and I'm aware there's even a negative connotation around that word consultants. So instead of calling them consultants, I'm going to call them what they are, and they're experts. These experts will not be with us forever, and I support that. Their time should be limited. Their role is to build research-informed capacity within our staff so that when their work comes to an end, our system's ability to continue the work is embedded and sustainable for years to come. The goal is not dependency, the goal is durability. External expertise accelerates improvement, but lasting change comes from internal capacity. And that is exactly what this plan is designed to do. I have one final point, and then I'll go to my closing. So central office support is not the problem, lack of coordination is. So the argument that strengthening central office roles is inherently unhelpful because it overlooks what research consistently shows about school improvement. Districts that improve outcomes, especially in schools identified as needing improvement, they have aligned curriculum, they have coordinated instructional support, they have strong instructional coaching, and ongoing professional learning. These supports do not pull teachers away from students. They support teachers in classrooms. And when these experts' time has ended, it will be our central office staff and school-based coaches who continue the work, who maintain momentum and sustain capacity within our teaching force. External experts and structured professional learning are effective because they rely on research and large sample evidence of what is known to raise proficiency in reading and math. So in closing, I'd like to commend Dr. Askew for coming in and doing exactly what he promised he would do in the interview with his 100-day plan. In his first 100 days, he has completed over 100 school visits, and I can tell you the amount of educators that are constantly telling me how much they appreciate seeing our superintendent in the buildings on a day-in, day-out basis. He had 5 community listening sessions where he listened to parents, teachers, community stakeholders, and he coordinated independent evaluations by national experts in literacy, mathematics, and special education. So our responsibility as a board is to act decisively when the evidence is clear and the stakes are high. Literacy is foundational to every academic outcome, and when we fail to address it, the consequences follow students far beyond our classrooms. Just a couple more sentences and then I'll be out of your hair. So, we therefore have a moral obligation to intervene early, to use what research shows works, and to put systems in place that give every child a real chance at success, not just this year, but for the long term. For those reasons, I will vote in favor of the superintendent's academic turnaround plan, and I strongly urge my colleagues to do the same for our students, for our educators, and for the future of our entire community. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion?
Well, Miss, okay. I just wanted to, I'll be quick, but I just wanted to say that, we hired Dr. Askew for a reason. And my reason was about the turnaround schools. And I want to give him a chance to make sure that this happened in Dothan, Alabama. It is well needed. I see the children in the audience today, and I know that these parents care. So I would like to give him the chance to make this work for us. That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Jenkins?
I really like Dr. DeWalt. When we met with her and what she has said, we all know that these things need fixed. I completely agree with Ms. Walton that these things need fixed. I've watched these before I ran for the board, which is a big reason I ran for the board, as well as the last 4 years having all my children in the system. I've seen the discrepancies with my own children and what they've needed help with. However, I feel like we need to look into the planning on this a little bit more, how these things are truly going to be implemented. 60 years ago, Marie Clay sold a really good product to a lot of school systems that now has been proven 60 years later that it failed a lot of kids for a really long time. Sold a Story podcast, Science of Reading podcast, a lot of those talk about the correct way to educate our children and fill those gaps. A lot of people go around and sell these things to systems because they are needed. We know they're needed. None of us disagrees or disputes the fact that those things are needed. For me, it's just researching and making sure that we're hiring the right people. Again, really like Dr. DeWalt. I really like what she was saying, but there, I think, needs to be a little bit more information, some more questions, a work session where some of those things are presented more deeply to us. So I make a motion that we table this and have further discussion on it.
We're going to have order, or we're going to stop the meeting. We got to have order. Okay, do we have a second to table this?
Second.
All right.
And so, are we,
No, we had to,
there's a
we
motion
had
to table.
discussion. No, but I made a motion to approve, except for one.
Do we do the open
Yeah,
motion
we got it.
first?
Yes, we do.
I can't hear you either.
We have to finish that open motion to approve. There's
There's a motion to
that.
approve, and then we had a motion to table. Okay,
Okay.
all right. So, all in favor of tabling?
So I guess my question is, I don't know if we had discussion on the table?
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, discussion.
So tabling until when? Because we've had Dr. DeWalt here, and Dr. Askew, how long has Dr. DeWalt been here? I mean, she's been, and she explained to the audience, and she's explained to the board as well, that she's actually started the work, without even a contract because she knew the dire state we were in with literacy. So go ahead, Dr. Askew. Can you please explain further about?
She's been working with our schools and principals since mid-September.
But now, this is not unpaid work. She's been paid.
She's billed us for the first part. The second part is to come.
Okay.
And so I wasn't saying she hadn't been paid. She does not have authorization to move forward with the contract. So table this until when, Ari?
The next board meeting, or I would propose a work session before the next board meeting to do a work session board meeting.
Okay, and so in this work session, I would like to know before the public here specific deliverables that we're looking for, because To me, at this point, we have the data, and it kind of feels like potentially a stalling tactic. So I would like to know, what deliverables are you looking for out of this working session that has not been provided?
Actual end goals, rubrics to get to those goals, check-ins, what are you going to be working on with these principals, teachers? I want to see an actual plan, which I don't feel like we've actually seen. We were given a lot of really good information, but we weren't given an actual plan. And she said that she had created a plan. I would like to hear more about that, each individualized plan on how that is going to be handled. Do I think this needs to happen yesterday, that we are in an emergency situation? Absolutely. But just hiring somebody because we're in an emergency situation and not making sure that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that it's the right person for us, I think is not being a good steward over this position either.
This meeting needs to come to order. Officers, we may need people to be removed if this meeting doesn't come to order.
So Dr. Askew, do you have further recommendations at this point? Because, I mean, we have been given data on top of data. I feel like if they come in and show us exact, I'm going to do this on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, it's still going to be something else. So what's your recommendation for moving forward, Dr. Askew?
So I believe what Board Member Jenkins is asking for would be the stipulations that would be in the actual contract. So what Dr. DeWalt or Dr. Ward would spell out in the contract are, these are the things I'm going to deliver to the school district on these dates. So that's the contract. But as I noted in my recommendation, those things will come back before the board. What I'm asking the board to approve tonight is for us to move forward with the work with her so she can come with the contract.
If we vote tonight, the problem that I have is that we've been told this is all or nothing, the entire plan, but we don't have any information about the terms, the cost. We don't know what we're going to pay. We were told that the total financial impact would be like $560,000 over 2 years, and then somehow work its way down to 100. But each one of these decisions has a pretty big financial impact. I counted about 9 different positions at central office we're hiring, but I see nothing that says pay, benefits, staff, secretary, overhead, all those things come with those positions.
So Dr.
We don't have any,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yep, wait, we're not going to interrupt each other.
we haven't been presented any parameters on the consultants. Are they going to be 1 year, 10 year, 100 years? Are they going to be 100,000, a million? We don't know. So we would be completely irresponsible. The problem is we received this plan, I believe, an hour before it was sent public, and we've never had time to have a work session on this plan. We're not saying, or I'm not saying this plan is no good and that there aren't, I don't know, 50%, 80%, 100%, I don't know what percentage of it I would support, but we haven't collaborated at all and gotten the information we need to be responsible with their money. If we vote on it right now, it's a blank check that just says, do what you want. It'd be like the president introducing a bill on his first day or 100th day, and every law he wants just gets passed. So we can't, without knowing what the specifics of all that stuff's going to be. So that's the problem that I have.
To answer your question, the financials have been shared with the board multiple times through our board update. There's a separate document, and we can go back and
I've never seen it.
It's there. It's been shared several times. Also, for the benefit of everyone, as it relates to Mr. Childers' question, as it relates to literacy, for Dr. DeWalt, and again, this would all be title funds, so it's not touching any of our local funds. It's money that the federal government designates for professional learning. Approximately over 2 years, $200,000. Could be less, could be at that amount, but no more. But again, the specifics of that would come in a contract, the deliverables, which Board Member Jenkins asked for. Math coaching, as it relates to Dr. Ward, in year 1, somewhere around $100,000 a year, and again, these would be title funds. And this would cover us pre-K through 8, or K through 8, I should say.
What time?
It would be Title II carryover.
Okay.
Title II carryover funds. For the reorganization and personnel adjustments, for the assistant superintendent, that position's already in the budget. So there's only about $33,000 in a supplement that would be divided among the 3 positions that currently exist. Executive Director of Schools and Student Support, approximately, depending on years, and we estimated on the high end of years in education, for salary and benefits, that person would be about $178,000 and $178,076 per year. The mental health coordinator, $40,000 of that person's salary would be federally funded, so for a total approximately of $96,960. The director of school improvement, the impact on the local budget is only about $27,000. Hiring and retention, and that, again, we pitched that at the ceiling, meaning potentially we could offer these $3,000 bonuses up to 30 teachers, but if we only end up with 10, it's less, but the maximum it would be $90,000. The international teacher onboarding, for that program, again, and it's approximately $6,000 per teacher. We're estimating, but again, it's all dependent upon the number of teachers you would get. The ceiling would be $130,000, but if we only hired 5, then it's $30,000. So it just depends. And then, of course, all of these hires are phased. So it's not like we're saying we're going to hire all these people tonight. It would extend through winter 2027, and that's basically it as it relates to the financials. And the full breakdown the board has received. You've had it over multiple years.
Okay.
And so,
I have
Madam
a
Chair.
question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You said the school improvement person only gets $27,000?
27,000 local funds, because Title I would pay for the rest of the salary.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
Okay, and so
'Cause I went-
in anticipation of this financial discussion, I have gone back through all of the approved motions that this board has made since we've been elected. And so I'd like to share some numbers on the motions. And some of these motions were not advertised, they were brought the day of, but let's go through and I'll try to list them out according to dollar amount. So in November's meeting, we agreed to bring outsourced custodians back as full-time employees. That was $278,000 per year.
Yep.
I'll repeat that, bringing outsourced custodians back as full-time employees, $278,000 that this board approved. In the same November meeting, adding additional bus aides is $268,000 per year. And on that one, the first year, fiscal year 2026, it would be $267,000. For fiscal years 27 through 29, the bus aides will be $442,000 per year. Additional local costs for buses, this was minimal. It was $75,000 per year. I will, in fairness, I will say that the dissolution of charter school authorizer status gave us back $74,000, and that was divided over, I think, 8 to 10 people. So those amounts alone equal $623,000 for fiscal year 26 and close to $800,000 for 2027 through 2029. Now, there were some motions that we really don't have an accurate estimate on, so I tried to come up with some assumptions that I thought would be reasonable. So for the board attorney contract that was approved, a 5-year contract, where we agreed to increase the hourly rate from $250 an hour to $300 an hour. This board approved for a buyout clause of $50,000 a year. So if something happened, we would be responsible for $250,000 for the board attorney. So I'm just going to estimate a number for that. I think in the last year we paid the board attorney $115,000. So I'm just estimating it would go up to $230,000 because we also approved that our attorney has to approve every contract. So we really don't even know. There's no limit. I asked for a limit on that. So we don't know if it'll be $230,000 or $500,000 for the board attorney. One other thing I just did an estimate on would be the motions for proper climate control and personal appliance use for staff. I just estimated a minimal $50,000 per year for that, just to kind of throw a number in since we don't know. So with all of those, I'm going to go back to these final numbers using those estimates. For 2026, with the motions this board has passed in the, 2 months we've been in office, 2026, we have added $789,000 per year for that year. 2027, $964,000. 2028, $964,000. 2029, $964,000. And not one of the motions that were added that I've listed has put 1 cent in our classrooms, not one book, not one curriculum. So I'm at a loss. This is very disheartening for me, very disheartening for me.
But the bus aides did provide more safety for our students.
And
I'll
I'm
do
not,
that
and
every time.
I voted for it, so I'm not saying it doesn't. There are benefits, but I don't want to hear talk about a $500,000 contract over 2 years when we're talking about improving our academic proficiency, and we've talked about $1 million per year for these other initiatives.
All right, is there any more discussion?
Again, I'll reiterate a work session, which is how things are made to occur. I, for one, need more information. I did not receive any of this.
It was, he provided it. He provided the financials. Yes, he did.
And I notified y'all
Scott is not
2
on any
weeks
of those
ago
emails.
how I was being left out of so many emails, and I had no idea why. One of y'all typed my email in wrong or something, but I have missed all this.
Okay, so y'all, it's not me. I don't know anything about you not being on emails, but it definitely has been provided numerous
But
times.
beyond the money, there is the fact that this is all or nothing, and there's a whole lot of whatever it could be that we don't know when we vote all or nothing. I never understood why everything was all or nothing in this, and that's where the work session would come in. I may agree with all of it, but I need time to explore it.
So for clarity in the recommendation, I recommend that the Board of Education approve each strategic initiative presented in the report as individual action items. So I'm asking you guys to vote to move forward with them as individual action items, and I read them 1 through 8.
Why aren't they individually presented?
I presented as a group, but you can vote on them individually.
Then that's all or nothing unless we decide to pull them like we did with the personnel a minute ago.
No. What I'm asking is, for example, number 1, literacy and school turnaround, that would be an action item. We vote on that. Second one would be school improvement for math. Third one, behavior supports.
But that's not how it's on the document. It's on the agenda to be voted for the 100-day plan to include all of those. They're not presented on the agenda individually for individual votes.
Understood.
But yes, we could pull them one at a time, but a work session where we pull them and work together, to me, makes a lot more sense. Because I may agree with every one of them. I didn't even know that this was federal money we were talking about until now. You're right. Thank you. So I need more time, and if y'all want to meet tomorrow, I'm good.
All right, is there any more discussion? All right,
And so I do have I guess a final comment on this. So I definitely see we have, our city commissioners here, former city commissioners. I see people from the chamber here. And so I know recently Dothan was approved as a super site. So I don't know the specific details, but essentially trying to get businesses into our community and saying this location is ready for business. We're ready to receive you. And one thing I do know is that if we do not have a strong public school system with more than 40% of children being able to read, we will not be able to get those businesses here. And I am frankly sick and tired of these semantics, of this politics, of this posturing, of this power play. It is utterly shameful. It's shameful. And I'm speaking as a board member, and I'm speaking as a parent with a daughter in Dothan City Schools, 4th grade, so we have a long way to go.
I don't think any of us disagree that the work needs to be done. My problem, and the reason that I would like to table this, is that nobody presented to us how it was going to happen. They sold us a wonderful product without giving us the product. I'm going to sell you these windows to put on your house, and I'm going to tell you all the great things about them, but I'm not going to give you the brand and the company of the window. That's what this felt like to me. These are great. No one can dispute that we want these changes to happen. The data says we need changes. We know we want them to happen. I'm not saying I don't want them to happen. I'm saying that the companies that have been presented to us, I need more, not data. We have the data. We've seen the data. I've seen the data for years. What are we going to do? What have we been doing internally to fix it? What are we going to do internally when these people come in? What is the plan that we have once these people come in? She didn't answer any of those questions. I also have children in this system. I have concerns about how that's going to play out. And to be good stewards of that money and of our finances, I want to make sure that we're not hiring someone who is going to hurt us down the road, because that has happened many times in the past. So,
Okay, Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes, Ms. Guilford. Ms. Guilford.
Okay. Okay. I'm not quite understanding this. We have been in this situation where we have voted on consultants and we haven't had this big of an issue. I'm just wondering why now are we having such an issue? We have hired superintendent to make recommendations. He has shown us that he's gone through a process of getting experts to come in and determine what is needed in our system to make a change. And I think every person in this audience, whether they have children or not, want to make sure that our children get what they need. So I'm not quite understanding why this big deal about wanting to put it off, and whether or not this is a stalling process, or whether or not it's the presentation that you're not satisfied with. I think, and I'll say it now, that we should go ahead with this and let the superintendent do the job. And we're not doing that. We as board members are not in control of this. We can either vote it up or down in any situation. We have hired a person to do this, and let him do it, and that's not what's happening here. It's been going on for much too long. That's just the way I feel about it, and I think we ought to think about this and look at all our past actions and look at the presentations that have been done, and we've not had a step-by-step roadmap about how it's going to happen. Okay.
And one final point for me, and I'm just passionate, so I know I'm talking a lot, but when we touched on the low literacy leading to dropout rates and leading to violence and crime, when we were in the listening sessions, and it's not hard to imagine, but one of the principals that's actually in this room mentioned he can recall specific students that had issues with, literacy, low literacy, and then, they eventually dropped out of school, and then you would see them on the news for either crimes or they had been victims of murder or whatever. So to me, we have a moral obligation. It's not just about all of this politic back and forth, whatever is being discussed up here. We as a community, not just Dothan City Schools, we as a community owe it to these children to have a fair shot at a successful life. I'm frankly sick and tired of watching the news and seeing about shootings and killings in Dothan, Alabama. And it doesn't have to be this way. And we can all turn our heads and say, not my problem, not my kid, until it is your problem and it is your kid.
Before we vote, I too have a statement. Literacy is very important. One of the master's degrees that I hold is in literacy. And I will tell you, I smiled when Dr. Ward said that when all the kids were out partying, she was in the library, because it's a big joke. Because in high school, I was in the library. I mean, I asked some of my friends, did we go to the same high school? We went to Northview, and I was like, did we go to the same high school? And they said, yeah, you were in the library. And I'll be honest with you, there were several times that reading literally saved my life. And I understand the need for children to have to read. There is nothing more important than children knowing how to read. And there is not any way for a child to function in this life without knowing how to read. So that hits home. The part about this plan that we have to think about is we also have school choice coming. And that's coming at us like a boulder. And this is just something to consider, and I just want you to hold this in the back of your mind. If we lose 200 to 300 children next year when the income requirement drops out, that's going to be 20 teacher units that we do not get back. So we have to hold that in the back of our minds, okay? So while this approach increases, look, I know this will work. I know the science of reading, and I know it'll work. The problem, and I hear what you're saying, then move forward. And part of me says, yes, let's do it. But then part of me thinks about this, and I did write this out, so I too want to be able to read what I wrote. This approach increases the bureaucracy and costs without clearly demonstrating how it will result in direct, measurable improvements in the classrooms or meaningful relief for teachers. And let me tell you, we've got to take care of our teachers to retain our teachers. So it's like a moving cog, like Dr. Askew said. And I know that it's gotten out about the community that I don't support this man. I do. He's a brilliant man. And he knows what he's doing as far as school improvement. All right, but our educators are already stretched thin by increasing academic standards, behavioral challenges, and staffing shortages. And this plan adds layers of oversight rather than direct support. It risks further burdening school-based staff and diverting resources away from where they are most needed. Now, the sustainable improvement requires investing first in our classrooms. So, like the resources, I'm all for that. Intervention personnel, behavioral supports, competitive compensation, not through administrative growth. We don't need any more of the bureaucracy. So The plan lacks transparency regarding the long-term financial impact and clear benchmarks for success. What are our clear benchmarks? In a year, where do we want to be? We know where our Lexiles are now, but in a year, where do we want them to be? Where do we want them to be? What are our goals? So Dothan City Schools will move forward most effectively with a plan that's streamlined, fiscally responsible, and centered on schools rather than systems, and remain committed to working collaboratively towards solutions that prioritize students and strengthens teachers and ensure that resources are directed where they have the greatest impact, and that's inside our classrooms. So I too am torn, and I know, listen, literacy, I get it. So I too am torn, and I think that sometimes you've got to go slow to go fast.
I want to do one too.
I have a quick point I don't think I made when I talked about the motions, the financial implications of the motions. So all of those would have to come out of our local fund, and that's essentially right now we have, due to the diligence of our CSFO, we have $30 million in reserve. $30 million in reserve. We are required by the state to maintain 1 month of reserve, which is $8 million. So all of those $790,000 for 2026 and close to $1 million for the remaining years would be depleting our reserve, so that $30 million we have. And for this plan, in case, just to make sure everybody is aware, Dr. Askew has said that these will come from title funds or federal funding. It would not impact our local funds, so it would not be depleting our reserve that we have like those previous motions are doing.
From someone
Okay,
who
Madam
worked
Chair.
in federal programs, you are not to rely that you will get the same amount of federal funding. We can't rely on that money.
Madam Chair.
May I speak?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You know, and I heard your plea, and we can talk all day about being torn one way or the other. I'm not torn at all. I see the picture clearly, and I know what is going to be best for the children. And I think that's what we need to look at. It's been demonstrated, it's been shown that, you know, the finance is not going to be the issue. So, you know, we can talk all day about how much we care about the children and what we want to produce. But as a board, your vote is going to tell us what you really mean. It's not going to, it's not what you say, it's what you do. And if that's going to be the case, then everybody will know, and it needs to be clear. It's nothing you can do unless this board decides to go ahead and let the superintendent run the school. We cannot we cannot do it. It's not for us. You know, this is not a board, this is not for the board to run the schools. We must let the people we hire. You know, you don't go someplace and you have a person, you tell the doctor what to do. You know, you can only say something about yourself. You can't just tell him how he should operate. And so that's what we need to look at. Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
This present board has not discussed children at any time. And what I heard from our presenters tonight was urgency. You know, waiting. What is waiting going to do? Our children right now are failing right now, and we want to delay. Why should we delay? And then we are talking about all children. You know, when I used to say something, and everybody say all the children. Yeah, all the children. But some are heard more than others. And if you didn't hear the urgency, you know, and we're going to delay another semester, so we're going to lose this whole year, because half is gone now. and we're gonna lose another half when we get people in here that can help us. I know we got excellent teachers and administrators, but we haven't improved anything lately with all the competent people we have working. So we need something else. And if you all got something else, then share that with us tonight. If you got something else that you know will work, because we got a man who has proven he has something that works. But what children, that's why we're children. And academic achievement, that's in our policy in the state. Academic achievement, that's our #1 goal. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say one last thing. This is all about the children, and saying the data, seeing all the things that we've been presented is wonderful. We need help. We know we need help. I know we need help. However, we're voting on not that we need help, but the product that we're going to use to help us. And that's where I still have questions. I don't feel like we were given a fluid enough plan with benchmark goals. Where are we going to be in a year? If we hire a consulting firm to do this, if we hire Dr. DeWalt to come in, what are our expectations a year from now? How are we measuring what success rates have happened? What are we looking for? What type of growth are we looking for? How is that going to happen in the classroom? We heard they're going to be training them. We heard that they're going to be mentoring them. How are those things going to be handled? What things are going to be used? Teachers can't teach when there's things like 504 in place, stealing away time from the students, and rules put in place. There's a lot more things that are happening here that we see as a board, that we know are happening as a board. It's not about, I don't want this person and I don't want to help our children. I want to help our children, but I want to make sure that we're being good stewards of that and making sure that the person that we are hiring and the plan that we are going with is the right plan for our children. If we hire this firm right away and we don't have some of those things answered, and a year from now, we don't feel like we've met those goals, we're no better off than we are right now. I want to do a more thorough deep dive on this company and what these plans are. I don't feel like those things have been laid out for us. I'm not talking about how much money we're paying them. I'm talking about their actual plan. What are you actually going to do? They sold us themselves. They didn't sell us their product, their how of getting it done. And I cannot vote on something like this without having more information on that. And I have voted down many consultants in the past, many consultants that were not successful for our system that got voted through that I voted no on. I'm not going to do that again. I'm not going to vote through something and watch it fail because we didn't do our due diligence to make sure that this is the right company right now for our children. Do we need one? Yes. Do I have the answers to what other company that may be? No. Is it going to be this one? Probably. I really like them, but I still have not seen an actual plan and clear benchmark goals for what they're going to achieve, how they're going to achieve it, and what's going to happen at the end of that.
And so at this point, this will be my final comment. My final comment. I want to ensure that this board is not trying to undermine this superintendent. So the longer we delay, the more we can say he has not accomplished what he was hired to do. So then we can have a reason to try to terminate the contract. This is the quiet part out loud. I want to ensure that this superintendent is given the same fair chance that all of the previous superintendents have been given.
All right, if there's no more discussion, we need to do a vote on tabling this. So, all in favor?
Yay.
Yay. Okay, all opposed of tabling it?
Nay.
Okay.
Nay.
And then now we need to do the motion on approving it? Okay. All right. Strategic School Improvement for Math Instruction Initiative. Ask for a motion to approve the School Improvement for Math Instruction Initiative. I said, I ask for a motion to approve the School Improvement for the Math Instruction Initiative. Well, we have to do each one individually.
We don't have that. I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's on my, oh,
No idea what it is.
okay, well, it says that I have to call for a motion to approve the School Improvement for Math Instruction Initiative. Do I have a motion?
No idea.
That's number 2 of the 8.
That's number 2 of the 8.
Well, why,
No, we just tabled,
So-
that was just a vote on the literacy.
so if it's
Now we
already
have the
included-
math. Yeah, now we're on the math.
This makes no sense to me. You just said we have to vote on the whole thing, and now we're going through every action item. So are there action items, initiatives that we can approve today?
I think there are, yeah. This is, I'm just going by what was
Well,
placed in
it's
front
not
of me.
on the public
If
agenda,
you
it's
would
just
like-
on your agenda.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
I don't have a copy
Okay.
of it.
When did that go public? When was that presented though publicly? Like when? We can't change it right before the meeting.
It wasn't today. If I recall correctly, it would have been Wednesday or Thursday of last week.
Yeah, it's not on Assembly, which is what we use to publish, and Dustin, that would not be legitimate, correct? Yeah. Yeah. I've been on Assembly all day and I haven't seen it.
What do I do? I don't know what to do.
So it does not exist.
Just go through them and do whatever.
No, don't go through it. It's not on the agenda. Just skip it. It's not on the agenda. It does not exist publicly.
That says it's
We
not
have
on the agenda.
done something, but not legitimately.
Yeah.
So we're moving to executive.
Okay, so apparently what has happened, let me explain what's happened. It was broken out for my script, but it was not published publicly on Assembly. So because it wasn't published publicly, we can't go through.
And so, we've had in previous meetings, we've added motions to the agenda. The 4 board members have added motions to the agenda the day of. So I move that we make a motion to add each of these initiatives to the agenda today.
I second. I
She
second.
seconded it.
I'm going to ask our attorney on that. We already moved to approve it, so can we still
If we
make
have-
those changes?
If we have a supermajority.
Right.
So that means at least 5 of us have to approve
We've already
it.
tabled the whole sum. Tabled the whole plan.
So after
Okay,
the meeting,
so
it
when
has to
do
be
we
5.
need a supermajority? Because I thought we needed a supermajority when they added motions during the meeting.
You only have to have 4.
Gosh, this is unorganized.
I'll second it.
So are you going to call for the vote so we can know where people stand? And we already know where they stand, but so it can be documented.
You made the motion, I seconded it.
Okay.
So is there
I
any
made the
discussion?
motion, she seconded it.
Okay. All right. Taisha made the motion that we add this to the agenda. I seconded it so we could vote on it.
So are we adding just the math portion to the agenda?
We're adding the rest of them.
The rest of them?
Yes, of the 8.
Is there any way that if we do add these, that we can have a copy of that before we?
Can we get a copy of it? Each one of the strategic initiatives. We can,
We don't have it.
they're in the
No,
notes.
it's not on here. It's not in here.
We have a public document that none of this is on,
It's not in
But
here.
we can add it if we vote on it.
but we need to be very specific with each item because it's new. It needs to be specifically detailed before a motion is made.
Okay, do you want to be specific on each one?
I don't,
Here you go. Taisha,
let's see.
ignore my notes there.
Okay, let's see. All right.
Number 2.
Gosh.
So, I move that we add a motion for the literacy and school turnaround initiative.
We already did that. We already.
Okay, so the next one, I move that we add to the agenda the school improvement for math instruction.
Second.
Do we vote or keep going?
Okay.
Or just keep going? Okay, the next one, I move that we.
Wait a minute, we got to vote.
Go ahead.
Is there any discussion?
Can you just do them in one, move that you're adding some?
No, we have to do them individually.
Well, I think we have to do them individually so you guys can vote yes or
We
no
got to
on
vote to
each
add
one.
them.
Yeah,
So we're in the discussion on that one. We're about
Yeah.
to vote to add or not.
yes. Is-
No.
No, we have to do them
Individual.
individually.
I guess, is that a question for legal? I don't know, but let's figure it out.
Can we? Okay, yes. Yes. We want to do it collectively.
We can do it collectively. Oh, this is interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
I make a motion to collectively add the following motions to the agenda. And some of them we may already have covered, but I'm just going to go through all of them. Literacy and School Turnaround Initiative, School Improvement for Math Instruction Initiative, Strengthen Behavior Supports
no, I need to
Initiative,
cover all this.
Central Office and School-Based Position Reorganization Initiative,
I wanna cover
Technology Improvements Initiative, Governance Initiative, Teacher Recruitment and Retention Initiative, Strengthen Resource Allocation Initiative. So adding them collectively, I'm moving to add them collectively to be voted on individually.
And that's why I would like a copy of them, because that's a lot of things all at once that we're adding to do separately instead of one plan that we do not have in our agenda.
It's in what Lucretia printed out for us. It's the 100-day plan that he published.
Individually,
They're all
but individually as each individual initiative.
They're labeled. They're labeled.
I second.
But it's not like in an order. It's each initiative on each page that you have.
They're labeled in order.
Hey, guys, we've got to go back to the table and deal with that in the orderly fashion. So you're going to have to go back to that motion.
It didn't fail. She said it failed?
A motion to approve the literacy? Okay. All right, motion to approve. We got to vote on the motion to approve the literacy and school turnaround initiative. All in favor?
Which one is this?
This is the motion, the literacy in school and turnaround initiative.
And is this just approving it?
We can vote.
That's the one we voted on.
So yay,
Okay.
I don't even know what
it's the literacy initiative.
This is the one that we voted to table, and now we got to vote it down or vote it up.
We've already tabled it.
We've already tabled it, but we had an open motion.
We tabled.
Yes. Yes, so motion to approve the literacy in school turnaround. All approved. So if you approve it, yay.
Yay.
You don't approve it?
This is for the reading initiative. We're voting on each initiative, so this is voting to approve the reading initiative.
Yes. Even though we tabled it, she says we have to close out the motion to approve it.
A work session would make a lot more sense. It would make us not look near as stupid as we're looking right now.
Because we're looking, yes, yes. Because I'm the only one that has this. Nobody else has this, so. Okay, so we have to go back out and close it out where we tabled it. All right.
And I
Everybody
think, hold
focus.
on, can we do a quick recess? Because I think she's trying to show it to her assembly.
Yeah. Do I have a motion that we go into recess? Recess. Do I have a motion that we go into recess?
I move that we go to recess.
Do I have a second?
Are you seconding it?
Second.
All in favor?
Yay.
Okay, all opposed? Motion carries. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. What the?
Oxford Forerunner.
If you are driving a Oxford 4Runner, you need to move it, please. And if you're driving a 4Runner Oxford, you need to move it, please. A white one, a white 4Runner Oxford. You need to move it, please. And we're about to re-adjourn. We're about to call back to order, I'm sorry. Wishful thinking, wishful thinking. I'll be here all week.
said they are logged. He said that. They all said that.
All right. We're reconvening, and we have some delegations.
You need a motion, ma'am?
Oh, motion to reconvene, I'm sorry.
Madam
Go
Chair, I move that we reconvene into regular session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Or
Yea.
discussion? Okay. Passes. All right. We have some delegations wishing to speak. Anita Dawkins? She left? Okay. Let me take my glasses off here. Letitia Jackson? All right, you have 3 minutes, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. What we just witnessed is embarrassing. It is totally embarrassing, and all of you should be ashamed of yourselves, especially those who are trying to delay this vote and not do what's right for our children. It is no wonder that our children are in such dire straits. Cannot read 11%. Did y'all hear those numbers? 11%. It's shameful that we would not move forward. But I want to say a couple of words about Robert's Rules of Order. I think, first of all, that you all need a workshop on Robert's Rules of Order. You need to know how to run a meeting. The chair cannot vote. The chair cannot second a vote. And when you vote on a motion and that motion does not pass, you have to go back to the original motion. So I really, really recommend that you all take a workshop. I'd be happy to train you in Robert's Rules of Order, because this is embarrassing. The other thing I want you to do is read the belief statements that you have up there. They need to be internalized, not just for the students, but for each one of you on this board right now. You are there, read them. All decisions will be made with the best interest of students first. All students will be successful learners. All students will be taught to respect themselves and others. All students will be taught to communicate effectively. All students will meet and exceed high standards. F. Get an F in every last one of them. You get an F in every last one of them. Now, these numbers are not new numbers. And there are some of you that have been on this board a long time. So these are your numbers. You have to own them. And to try to delay after sitting up here for year after year after year after year, and you want to delay what we clearly heard was something that needs to happen in this district. Shame on you.
I can't say that we all wanted to delay it, and that's what I heard from you. So I just have to, oh, okay. Some of us who have been on here for year and year and year, you know, I sort of heard that. But I would like to go ahead and say we have not voted to delay. To delay. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You want to hear?
If we keep saying things like that are the problem, it's going to continue to be a problem, because that's not the problem. You don't know anything about me or these other people sitting up here, so making this about race is what continues to make problems in this city. You know nothing about me. So claiming that it is a black versus white issue is very, very disrespectful. I sit up here, I go into those schools, I see these kids. My son, my fourth grader, is one of those failing reading students. He has AD, he has type 1 diabetes, and he is desperately struggling learning how to read. My child, my white child, is on that list too. I care deeply about this system and these children, and continually bringing race into this is incredibly disrespectful and gets our city nowhere. I really support Dr. Askew. I support the people who came here and spoke today. But when we keep bringing race into this, we just keep creating a bigger divide in our city.
All right. All right, order. Okay, we got to have order. Ma'am, your time is up. Ma'am, your time is up. We're going to have order. All right, the next we have India Rich. India Rich. She left? Okay. Shanika Walker. Sorry. Shanika Walker? Okay, all right, thank you. All right. We have to go into executive session for personnel and the job descriptions. I need a motion to adjourn into executive session.
I make a motion that we adjourn into executive session.
Is there any discussion? I'll answer in just a second. Okay. All in favor?
Yay.
Okay, motion carries. Before we do go back there, the vote, what happened, and let me go ahead and explain it, was I had a different agenda than was posted on Assembly. Can you explain it for us, Counselor?
Their agenda was different than the other agenda. So some of the board members had an agenda and had nothing listed on it. So if there's nothing listed on it, you're voting on nothing. That I don't know. So there was nothing. What's the remedy?
Who's responsible?
Next meeting, add it to the agenda for all the board members. But you can't vote on nothing if nothing was there to begin with. Okay, if it's not listed on the agenda, but on like one person's agenda but not the others, how are the other board members supposed to know what's listed on the agenda?
Well, Dustin, remember, it's the public agenda, it was not anything listed, but the two words, strategic initiative.
Of the strategic initiative. That I don't. That's.
We'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Problem with that is you're going to have supermajority after the fact unless you make a move to adopt the agenda prior, make a motion to amend the agenda prior to the agenda being adopted. Unless you get a supermajority to go back and add it after you adopt it. No, I think 5-2. The other problem is when I understand they got different agendas. I mean, not my bailiwick. That's about central office. That'd be out central office. Don't know that you could, because you adopted the agenda. You didn't have the same agenda that I had. So how do we go back now and me not have time to think about it? Not everybody's going to agree to do that. Yes, but I don't think we're going to vote to bring that up because you were never on the agenda. Like if you, like Rob, you understand what we're going. I'm not trying to be meaningless. Congratulations. If you're going to adopt your agenda without putting something on there, you have got to do that at the beginning. Stay or say, they did not get all of the documents. So how have you even given notice to the public under the sunshine law when they got it, some did and some didn't? Because you have got to give so much notice under the sunshine. Open meetings, whatever you want to say. What was your name? Dave, stop, Dave. Commissioner, anything for Dave. It doesn't mean. But that's a good fact. Get Pearson. Well, not, if nobody's given notice, and they didn't get notice. Not until after the agenda. Dave, I'm not arguing. I'm going to executive session. You go be commissioner and introduce yourself, everybody commissioner. No, you cannot address the agenda in executive session. No, not my lady. I can't vote on nothing. Okay? It just says the head. Nothing's under there. What's wrong? No, I don't. So you don't get it? I stay in my lane legally. I would guess it's wrong. You said something that's not aware of. I don't see the agenda. No, I do most of it. Right. it's just cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Ah, so they're really good. Bingo, that's what I've always heard. So they're neonatal, yes. That is true. No bad stories there. I'm gonna tell you something. How old are you? Okay, I'm a lot older than you. It's not fair. We've got cases right now, a lot of EAB. We've got some other things, we've got things much more. They took inmates out. So nothing, a spleen and a liver is the least. That does, is it good? No. Don't misunderstand me. But to say that shocks me. Yeah, that does not shock. I'm sure you hear. Yeah, like you're like, hey, take at least those livers. Okay. I mean, like, all right. Okay. I mean, is that malpractice? Yes. But should have happened? No. And you probably shouldn't. So you moved one day? What's he do for a living? Y'all gave up peace. And I was born and raised just different. Like the Flash. Y'all got kids? Here's the problem. I had a lady of mine, we first started back in young and married or young and that's what's bad for y'all. There's not really much. If you want to raise a family here now, if y'all gonna settle here, raise a family, community, great. Yeah, but that's what he said. He said, I may go out. Like, he ended up staying in medical, but he was like, I ain't doing my medical. He's like, there's nothing to do on weekends. I'm like, it's, you got the beach now. Haven't you had that?
All right. Ask for a motion to reconvene into regular session.
Make a motion to reconvene to regular session.
Do I have a second? Is there any discussion?
Second.
Who seconded? Ms. Guilford. Okay, is there any discussion? All in favor?
Yay.
Motion passes. All right. We went in for personnel, action item C4. I'm sorry, H4. Do I have a motion to approve H4?
I make a motion to approve H4 pending contract approval by the board.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Yay.
Yay. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. All right, we also pulled items K 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do I have a motion to approve items K 1, 2, 3, and 4?
I make a motion that we approve personnel items K 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Second. Second.
Okay. Do we have any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Yay.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion carries. All right. Okay. If there's no new business, then we will announce the following board meeting dates. That's Tuesday, January 13th, 2026, 5:30 PM, special called school board.
Hey, I'm sorry. Madam Chair, Lucretia's asking about job descriptions.
We didn't move on those. We didn't do anything.
No action.
No action. Huh? Oh, okay. We did pull job descriptions, so we have to vote on it. Okay, so on job descriptions, do I have a motion to approve the job descriptions? That is item 11A. Two. All right. Do I have a motion?
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that we approve the job description.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion?
Oh, we had discussed changing a little bit of the wording. Is that something that we can do after we approve this?
Wait a minute, do we need to do it before we approve it?
What is your question?
Well, we can, it'll have to get voted down and we'll come back, yeah.
Okay, all right.
So if we want to change the wording, we need to vote it down, then we would, okay.
Okay.
Or can we just table it, change the wording, and then bring it back? Okay. Okay, perfect.
That's right. I couldn't get this to work.
Sorry, I turned it off. I make a motion that we table 11A2 to discuss at the next board meeting, discuss and vote on the next board meeting.
Okay,
Second.
all right. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Okay. Motion carries. All right, now. So our next board meetings will be Tuesday, January 13th, 2026 at 5:30, a special called board meeting for student hearings, and Tuesday, January 20th, 2026 at 5:30 PM, regular school board meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Do I have a second? All approved. Is there any discussion?
No.
All approved?
Who seconded it? Who seconded
Franklin.
it? Oh,
Franklin.
Franklin.
All
Yay.
approved to adjourn? Yay.
Yay.
Amen and hallelujah.